Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it'll be Friday.
Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order for Sheldon ISD at 6:35. We'll begin with a prayer. Ms. Archer, would you lead us?
Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord God, we just come today to say thank you. Thank you for this day, because this is the day that you have made. And Lord, we thank you that we are able to rejoice and be glad in it. Father God, we ask that you be with us as we conduct the business of the district. Father, give us supernatural wisdom and understanding and knowledge as we conduct the business of the district. Lord, I ask that you look down on each and every board member and every administrator that's present on tonight, the ones that desire to come that was not able to make it. Father, we just ask that you give us traveling grace as we leave this place, but never from your presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir. Let the record show all board members present with the exception of Ms. Miles and Ms. Palmer. And we're going to move right into reports and discussions. Bond and facilities update.
So, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, Mr. Webster is here to give us a bond and facilities update, and then that will be followed by Ms. Gallo with a literacy now update.
Okay, well, I will just tell you that we have been working across the district. We know we lost some time because of the hurricane. We lost about 2 weeks, really. Some of the schools were without power. So let's kind of show you where we're at. This is Cravens. This is not the designs of Cravens. This is the actual classrooms at Cravens. So Sheldon Early Childhood, the classrooms are done. Cravens, the classrooms are done. We will have our final fire marshal walk Friday to get our certificate of occupancy. We just have a few little things. We're doing punch list right now, but 14 new classrooms, 8 new from the wing, but 14 renovated or new classrooms with exhibit concepts in them. And so all of these themes are ready to go at both early childhood campuses. Knoll Middle School. This has been a push. Dr. McCall, myself, LAN have been in it, pushing this company to finish. They wanted 39 extra days. We pushed back. This is where we were Saturday. So I went to the Rotary backpack giveaway and I came over to Knoll. All of these classrooms will be ready Monday, okay? Or the first day of school. We're going to have ready at the end of the week. Furniture is coming in tomorrow and Friday. Furniture for Cravens for the 2 special ed classrooms is actually going in right now, this afternoon and this evening. So we're hot and heavy. We're pushing through. We're looking forward to taking you through the building. You can see this. The teachers are excited about this, and this will be the 8th grade wing. So just some other updates that we have. Interactive monitors. Remember, one of the things that was in the bond that the voters wanted was that interactive monitors, and that work will be completed prior to school starting. All of our playgrounds have been updated across the district. Our marquees, I put completed, but there's a couple things that we still have yet to do at a couple campuses, okay? But if you drive by Royalwood, you see the new marquee, you see it at Sheldon and at Sheldon Early Childhood. So those are completed, and remember that the functionality of that marquee allows us to take over the marquees and put out a mass message across the school district at one time. Our roofing, our packages 1 and 2 are completed. That is all of our roofing repairs that needed to be done with the exception of King Middle School. We know that King Middle School has multiple buildings, and so we know that moving forward, we're going to have to do some repairs and then 2 roof replacements, one being at the field house and one being at part of the early college. But we've looked at that. We've had our envelope consultants out looking at that. Fencing, that should be completed in the next 2 weeks. If you go by Garrett, theirs is pretty much done. Sheldon Early Childhood, pretty much done. King Middle, we still have a little bit of work to do. We know that the fence with the slats blew down. So I'm glad that we didn't, we had talked about doing the ones with the slats, and I think had we done that with Hurricane Beryl, we would be putting fences back up, right now. King High School, so we have cleaned all of the windows in the front, inside, outside, in the cafeteria, all of those, the windows were done. The rotunda, the terrazzo floor has been stripped, resealed. It's looking good. We will have to come back and diamond polish that in the future because there were a few spots. We will do the PAC lobby later this fall to get that back up to the shine that we want it. And so that's done. We will be moving forward in the fall of putting bulletin boards in at the high school so that classroom teachers can put work samples and other things outside of their room. Right now, they just have to staple into drywall or tape, and we're trying to keep them from doing that. And then this is our King Middle School girls gym, the new bleachers. If you remember, these are those wooden bleachers before that we were unable to get those to slide in and out. Well, so those have been replaced. And so the wooden bleachers were original to the school when that section was built, and this is now the new bleachers. And they look great. They match the competition gym. They look wonderful. Some other things that I wanted to bring to the board's attention is a couple action items tonight about storm remediation. So we know that we had buildings that were out of power for 4 days. Noel and Garrett were without power for about 10. And so when you go in the summer and you go without power for 10 days and there's no electricity there and we can't get in, there's things that happen. So the King High School Stadium, the fence at the north side, it sustained some damage. The soccer goals were actually lifted up by the wind and hit that fence, so it bent it. So we are replacing that. Garrett Elementary, there's some classroom remediation that was done by Blackman Mooring. It was necessary in 9 classrooms, and the carpet in those rooms, that's being replaced by Millennium. That information is in your board packet under those action items. If you want to look at pictures or anything like that and see that, you are more than welcome to. The administration acted on the policy, which is CH legal. Because this was a natural disaster, we were able to move forward, take care of some items that did cost over $50,000, and then come back to the board for ratification because it was an emergency. And we didn't have a board meeting scheduled. So that's under your CH legal, and I put in your board action item in that background, that information, so if you'd like to see it. Again, at Knoll Middle School, we had remediation necessary in 24 classrooms. The carpet replacement is being completed by Nash. So at Garrett, 4 classrooms, already the carpet's done. I'm sorry, 5 classrooms, the carpet is done. 4 classrooms, the carpet comes in next week. But the 4 rooms that the carpet comes in next week just happen to be 4 classrooms that we're not using at the beginning of school for classrooms. They will be used for intervention and other things, and so we're okay. Knoll Middle School, that classroom, that carpet will begin installation Thursday. We are planning to work throughout the weekend to make sure that gets done. The Knock building, we had some carpet remediation necessary in the HR department. That was completed by Hallmark. And then some furniture replacement is required. We had a couple desks and other things that got water on them. In the Panther Zone, we had some water come in from what appears to be the doors and the wind blowing water in. So we had to do some remediation there. It was not necessary to replace the carpet. I can tell you we've had professional remediation companies come out and test air quality at all of these locations before and after remediation. If a second round of remediation is necessary, we do make sure that that is completed. All of those items, we will be working, Mr. George, Dr. Saeed, myself have sat in on FEMA trainings. We will be turning these into FEMA in addition to our insurance so that we can get reimbursed for that. This is Carroll Elementary. I just want to put this on y'all's radar. Carroll Elementary, we're looking at a school that's about 16 years old. I know that doesn't seem possible, but the NOC was built in 2010, and I was here in the NI before the NOC was built.
It's 2008.
And so, yeah, you're right. We opened Carroll in 2008. So this the vinyl wallpaper, it's aged. It's hit 16 years. We're going on 17, and we have rips and tears. And so we are looking at some options there to tear off that wallpaper and put on a higher quality wall covering. One of the things that we've looked at is if you were to take a pencil and go and scratch it, it just doesn't damage it. If you took a permanent marker and write on it, you can just wipe it off. You can take and paint it. You can take and just wipe it off. And so that even if the life expectancy of that is 15 years, it will still look new a decade from now. So I just wanted to tell you that that's something we're looking at. Tonight you'll have an action item for the wonderful Knoll Middle School. This is what their common area at the 8th grade looks like. And we talked about this 2 months ago, but it didn't make it on the board as an action item. And that's to increase the owner betterment allowance. We've had that fire lane requirement that was not expected from the fire marshal. Our signal line communication, those two alone total to $232,000. Both of those are requirements by the fire marshal. We had the IntelliKey. We ran into the piers because we hit water at that depth, even with the geotech report. That was an additional 40. In order to speed it up, of course, we went with the mold resistant drywall and then our HEC cost of $16,000. So that's on the action item tonight. Do y'all have any questions? Yes.
So when you talked about, the fire lane,
Yeah.
why wasn't that thought of?
Okay.
before?
So when we did it with the architects and things like that, we thought that they would come back and say that the current fire lane was going to be sufficient. Now, the building was designed under the 2016 bond, but it couldn't come to fruition until the 2022 bond. So within that time, it appears that there were some changes, and he wanted and this is an eco fire lane, so it is a fire lane that we don't have to pour, but you have to reinforce the ground along the back of the building.
Wrong backside.
So that's probably a reason, okay? We weren't expecting it. It wasn't seen, but when the fire department comes out, they're like, yeah, we really would like this.
It's just like they just updated,
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, and it's very similar to, there's a fire one over at the NOC, but that's because of how it was built. Okay?
The remediation at middle school with the flooding that we have and the contractors, is there any compensation that we're gonna get reimbursed for that?
So we cannot show that this is because of that, okay? But anytime that there was flooding, like water coming in, I'll say water intrusion. Anytime that there was water intrusion into the building, the Division I paid for the remediation for that, okay? They asked for $82,000 for that. We denied that request. We felt that their contract states that they are responsible for the envelope of the building. So with that, I would say that the first part is they have remediated it and they have absorbed the cost. But on this part, we can't show that it was because of them. We don't see that water was in the building. In fact, that part of B House where water was coming in, we had not seen water in there since the last time they remediated before the storm. Okay?
Keep in mind, the week after we had a whole week, so we would watch the envelope of the building to see if it would hold up.
Yeah. Okay? So, and we just had Aramco. Is that how you say it? Aramco. We just had Aramco, our building envelope consultant, come out and walk that building again last week. we want to address any concerns before we sign off as this builder, this contractor is 100% complete. So we're trying to get ahead of that punch list. Okay? Any other questions?
The 40,000 for the, that one for the beams that we hit the piers, I thought we were gonna see if they would cover it since they hit the water.
Yeah, so we split that, right? That was an additional cost for 40, but they absorbed,
Well, we actually started out at about $400,000, and then we got them down and got them down. And then we took a credit from an unused allowance of 135,000. So we applied that to their final cost, and the net was the $40,000.
so out of the 400,000, we did have to absorb about 170, but the part on that was that part of that was we had to make that choice to go forward. They could have done, we asked them to do the slurry piers on all of those that was going through. They could have done one and then did another and kept checking and making a decision individually, but it would have pushed our timeline significantly back had we done that. If that makes sense. I think that. Mr. Rivas?
Yeah, so, but the contingency for the 155,000 came out of the contract that got approved with whatever, I can't remember what percentage it was.
Mhm.
And that's where that other 135,000 came from.
Yeah, and we're giving just some examples here. I mean, we've had other things come up that came out of contingency. These are big ones that we weren't expecting.
Yeah, we have almost 52 items that have come out of the contingency, so.
Yeah.
And these are just the four that really we felt were affected, mostly by the fire marshal, and things that are really out of our control.
Yeah, there's some like, the bolts,
Anchor bolts, right?
the anchor bolts, we made a change on that in order to speed up. Because, they wanted 39 extra days and I was like, we can't do it. So what can we do to get you on schedule to move ahead? And so there were little things that we did to adjust that timeline. And I will tell you, I know they lost days because of weather.
Yeah.
I mean, and then when you're going in and they're like, the power being out, and we had to make a decision there of like, would we put a generator on that one wing of the building to keep that wing and that was gonna be another 40 just for that one wing,
1 week, right?
for 1 week. And so for that one, we were like, no, we're gonna redo the schedule.
So I guess the short answer is no, we're not gonna get any reimbursement or anybody to pay off the 40. Because we.
No, that was at the 400 and we got that down.
Uh-huh.
And so, we used 135
135.
out of contingency and then another 40. So what we're asking tonight is to increase that contingency by 300. Then that puts us even and we should be able to close out this project. Now,
They took on about 215,000.
they did.
215,000.
And with that said, we're still under our budget for the project, okay? And I know that like even on our FF&E, we went back on some of that and cut back on some of the chairs and other things because the price, I didn't feel comfortable bringing up some of the pricing to you with that, so.
And even went to 301, that still puts us a net 199. So we had that amount in there just to finish out the job. So when the job's all said and done, we probably will get another $175,000 back to the project, so.
So, yeah, so we're asking for 300, not expecting to spend it. Okay, if that's it, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kieran.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good evening. So, back in January, I think I shared some information with you about Literacy Now. It's a nonprofit organization that we decided to partner with to support some of our students who had some gaps in some early literacy skills. And so tonight I wanted to come back and share with you a little bit about what happened between the time they started at the end of January and when they concluded in April, and then our proposal for continuing that work with them, because as a pilot program, it worked out really well. Just to remind you, it's a nonprofit organization. It is comprised of certified teachers, so mostly retired teachers or part-time teachers who have an extensive background in early literacy. That's kind of hard to find right now in the education market. And so what we decided to do was use Literacy Now to support our kids with some literacy gaps in grades 1 through 3 at our elementary campuses. So just to kind of point out some things here, some highlights. We had Literacy Now at Montana and Sheldon, just working with some small groups of students. And you can see here, we had 5 students. Keep in mind, in first grade at Montana, students might not necessarily go to pre-K or kindergarten. So they might come into first grade not even knowing their letters. And so we did have 5 students at that point who were what we call pre-SIPs, because SIPs is the assessment that they give to the students coming in. But out of the 5 students who were pre-SIPs, they did not know, they knew less than 20 lowercase alphabet, right? And then our first, second, and third graders that we supported at Monahan, we showed growth between first, second, and third. 92 to 100% of those kids grew in their reading skills through the SIPs assessment. They learned some decoding skills, blending, sight words, some very foundational skills that they needed. When you look over here at Sheldon Lake, Sheldon Lake didn't have any students who were pre-SIPs, but coming in, you can see that we served 42 students there, and that 95% of the first graders show growth, and then 100% of the second and third graders show growth. So we can look at that and say, okay, they may not have, closed all of the gaps with reading comprehension, but they got those early literacy skills that they needed with the small group instruction that Literacy Now provided for our district. Some program highlights, just like, for example, from Sheldon Lake, you can see that at second and third grade, our students grew an average of 14 words per minute in their oral fluency and their ability to read, when we can time them and see how fast can they read and comprehend what they've read. And then at first grade, we had the students who scored an average of 11-point increase on the skills assessment test. With that being said, we know we still have some students who come into first grade with some deficits, or students who are moving into second grade with some deficits. And so we wanted to bring Literacy Now back under a renewal for the full year, because we could see what could be accomplished in a short period of time between January and the beginning of April, which is kind of like where Literacy Now begins or ends its work with public schools. We can only imagine what could be accomplished in those small groups with the whole year ahead of us. And so I'm showing you here on this column what we did in 23-24, and then what we're proposing for 24-25. So the students had 15 sessions that spring, and they had 2 days a week with a 1-to-4 ratio. So one teacher with a small group of 4 kids at a time. Each teacher would serve about 16 kids per day. We had 4 teachers at Monahan and 4 at Sheldon Lake. So we were actually able to serve 96 students total, 48 per campus, 2 campuses for about 4 months, right? So they would see the teachers individually in those small groups. For 24-25, we want to work with Literacy Now for 98 days, fall and spring, 4 days per week with a 1-to-4 ratio, same small group ratio with the teachers and the students. But we want to serve 192 kids, and you'll notice we've added Carroll Elementary there. We noticed with our end-of-year assessments, we had some first graders who still had some deficits at Carroll. If it worked for Sheldon Lake and Monahan, then we wanted to bring that on at Carroll Elementary as well, and increase the number of students served up to 64 students per campus, 3 campuses over an 8-month duration. So the cost benefit for Sheldon ISD, as you know, Literacy Now is a nonprofit, so they find philanthropists to come and to donate monies. They not only donate monies to support the intervention teachers that we bring, but we send home books with the students. We have parent engagement activities to help parents learn how to help their students at home. And then, of course, they find volunteers for us for the Read Across Sheldon Day, which was exciting. So hope y'all can come next 2025. February 28th is the day, Read Across Sheldon, okay? But they would support us with that as well again. So Sheldon's part, which is 60%, would be $178,000. and the nonprofit would pay $119,000 towards supporting the additional intervention. Just to point out, this would allow us to have 12 certified, experienced early literacy teachers in the district, 4 at Carroll, 4 at Monahan, 4 at Sheldon Lake. For $178,000 on a good day, we might be able to get 2.5 teachers, who would be certified and experienced. And right now, that is a tall order to ask for. If you've read the news, we're really looking for teachers who've been through the science of teaching reading, and it takes us about a year to train them up once they come into the profession. So we're using Title I, we're using federal funds to support our part. And then this would be an action item if the board, so pleases on August 20th. The timeline of services, they would begin in September with a launch with the parents. They get to know the parents, they communicate with the parents monthly, and they communicate with the child's Sheldon ISD teacher. So that 3-way communication makes sure everybody's on the same page with supporting the student. They continue the sessions in small groups through February, where we have the big Read Across Sheldon Day. They bring volunteers to 3 campuses. I walked into Sheldon Lake as a volunteer yesterday and thought, well, let me find a corner to read in, because there were so many people all over the campus already who had come through the volunteer program with Literacy Now. In April, there's a celebration. So they give the students some additional books and a book reading buddy, which is usually a stuffed animal, to take home to be their reading buddy with them. And then they provide us the data in May so that we as a district can discern whether or not the program was effective. And so that's it for my presentation on Literacy Now. Do you have any questions about the program? All right, thank you. Dr. Stewart has some information about services for deaf students.
So we did want to share some information about our regional deaf program that we use for our students. We have a shared service agreement we've had for several years with Humble ISD. We have students who attend some classes in Humble ISD, and then we also have students who receive itinerant services on their home campus here in Sheldon. It is one of those programs that our parents speak very highly of. They really enjoy the support that they receive from the teachers who come to our district and provide the support, as well as the programming that their students are offered. Of course, those students who do attend the schooling over at Humble ISD, it's based on the our decision of it meeting the needs of the students and being able to provide that extra layer of service. But much like many of the positions that we have in special education, it is very difficult to find those truly specialized positions. And so us and a handful of other districts sign the shared service agreement each year with Humble ISD to be able to provide those services. So the big piece is they did have to adjust some costs because of inflation. So they did have to adjust some costs this year going in. So the cost has gone up a little bit from the previous years, but it's very minimal in comparison to some of the other programming that we've had to pay for at times. But overall, it's one of those services that's highly ranked by our family. So we just wanted to make sure to bring that back in front of you and to answer any questions that you might possibly have about our regional deaf program. Yes, ma'am.
So how many kiddos do we have in district that need to use the service?
So we have about 10 students. It kind of depends on who's going to show up Monday. But right now we're counting on about 10 students who will receive services inside the buildings. And then we had 3 students originally when we first started negotiating this, but we think that number might be decreasing a little bit for the students who will go. So nonetheless, it's based on tuition, student per student. So it may adjust the cost. But once we start reaching out, matter of fact, Mr. Webster and I were talking about the transportation day, about where the students are who are enrolled. But so in district, it's 10, and we're thinking maybe 1 or 2 who at some point may be going, may not be going over to Humble ISD based on whether or not they re-enroll.
And can you tell us what kind of services that Humble is going to be giving to our students that they need, that
So-
they don't have?
The services that they give that we need, well, it depends, because we have some students who they're profoundly deaf and they have other qualifiers. And so typically the students who need the other qualifying information, that's who are the students who attend those main campuses that have a much more smaller grouping of students. Our students who receive it on the campus are the students who tend to be able to work successfully in the normal classroom with accommodation. So that's why they receive the itinerant support.
We have
Yes,
a couple
ma'am.
kids who they have assigned
Correct.
language translator in the classroom. and
Okay.
We can't provide that, so,
Right.
yeah, we
So
sent
those
to,
kids will be the ones that go over the hump.
last year we bused two to Timberwood
And
and
one
two,
to-
yeah,
one
one to
to
Atascocita,
Atascocita.
and the parent drove the other child to Atascocita.
So just out of curiosity, what would it take for us to have that portion for any of our students? You know, since if we're paying out for 5 kids to go, would that equate to us having that on our own? Or are we saving money?
We're saving quite a bit of money actually, because to hire the staffing would probably be well over a couple 100,000 minimum, because their age ranges are very differing age ranges. So like our students who are 5th grade or 4th grade obviously would not be with our middle school or high school students receiving. Now, we could be flexible and move teachers around a little bit, but that in itself is difficult because some of those supports are needed all day. So we do save some money by doing this. I think, obviously, that's not the whole reason behind it, right? Like, we
Yeah,
really
I'm
care
just
about the
curious.
kids. But yes, ma'am, I mean, you have to ask the question.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think, one of the things we talked about too was that you have deaf students who are speaking in sign language, and they're practicing that with other students who are speaking
Right.
in
So
sign
it-
language, and they're not isolated and not getting to practice that with their classmates.
That's one of the
Yeah.
blessings
So
that the
they can
parents do
really
read.
be in their own
Yes,
kind
ma'am.
of-
Yes,
Yeah, I just was.
They have a network of buddies.
Yep.
I just was curious.
So, no, good question, good question.
The program is excellent. My neighbor next door to me, his son is in that program. And, you know, he can speak a little bit, but he also, the majority of his languages used was sign language. And he didn't know that I can talk to him through sign language. So, you know, the program, the mom speaks highly of our program and even that program over in, because he goes to Humble.
He goes to Humble.
too. So he goes half over here, then he goes to Humble ISD.
Yes, ma'am. And I will say that when we meet with their staff that come to our district, they are very friendly people. They want to meet you. They want to shake your hand. And, you know, because they care about the kids.
Yeah, my husband worked over there in one of their STEM programs. So it was a joy.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to make sure to share the information.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob.
That's all for reports and discussion.
Okay, we're gonna move into new business. Okay, new business item A, order for a notice of board of trustees election.
Mr. President, it's recommended that the order for and notice of a trustee election for November 5th, 2024, to elect 3 trustees in the positions of 1, 2, and 3 be approved with a copy to be attached to this part of the minutes.
Motion by Ms. Martinez,
Second.
second by Ms. Archie. Questions? Okay, all those in favor? Mr. President. Okay, I'm being considered consolidated property advisors.
Mr. President, it's recommended that the Sheldon ISD Board of Trustees approve the agreement for services with Consolidated Property Advisors, LTS, with a copy to be attached to some part of the minutes.
I have a motion by Ms. Martinez,
Second.
second by Ms. Archie. Comments or questions? We want to share some information on
Absolutely.
who this is and what it is.
Yes, absolutely. So this is the real estate company that we use for the Holy Trinity School property, which we are officially owners of that property. So I want to thank the board publicly for your support in that acquisition. I certainly believe it will be a benefit to the district.
Yeah, so we've used Fargo, Fred Fargo in the past. That helped, his company here, Consolidated Property Advisors, helped us with the high school property. That's been the realtor that we've used. We needed a realtor. We went ahead, we did a notice, and then now we're coming back to ratify that. And so we talked about that at the workshop. And I will say that, the fee schedule that is on your, is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting good. So the fee schedule that is listed, we we talked to them and, they dropped their fee, by about a third.
Yes.
So yes, and then we're gonna be talking to them shortly about being a call sponsor for.
A lot of the legwork we did.
Yeah,
Right, right.
And then plus the hourly rate, if that was gonna get rolled into the percentage also, so we're not having to pay that little bit of salary. drop.
Yeah, they have, they sent it and then we talked and he dropped it significantly.
Yeah, basically, I don't wanna diminish a realtor's responsibility, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. All right, great, so then the final fee adjustment will be just negotiated by, once we approve the contract, and since we close it, just say it's fee or it's paying, right?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying is the contract
Yeah.
does set the fee schedule,
Yeah.
but he has, already sent an invoice and has dropped it 30%, at least 30%.
I think it was 32%.
Yeah, something like that. It's like yeah.
Any more comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor? Motion passed unanimously. What, and motion passed unanimously. And it's his son now, it's like his friend.
Oh, you're correct. Fred is retired. This is Jared and, he has a partner like Michael Winkler.
Yeah,
Jared.
I saw Michael's name on it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, moving on to, item C, consider no remediation.
Mr. President, it is recommended that Sheldon ISD Board of Trustees ratify the contract with Blackman Mooring of Texas LLC as LLC, a member of Choice Partner Cooperative for repairs and restoration work at Noel Middle School in the amount not to exceed $179,970, with a copy to be attached and become a part of the minutes.
Motion from Mr. Archie. Second by Mr. Martinez. Comments or questions? Yeah. I don't know, you went over that earlier in the presentation.
Yes, and the board, just to let the board know, we did get quotes from more than one vendor because it is a FEMA project. You're required to get a minimum of 3 quotes for anything under 10,000, but over 10, but under 250, and one has to be from an MWBE. Okay.
All right. All those in favor? Motion passed unanimous. Item D, Garrett remediation, Barrett remediation.
Mr. President, it is recommended that the Sheldon ISD Board of Trustees ratify the contract and addendum with Blackman Mooring of Texas LLC, a member of Choice Partner Cooperative for repair and restoration work for Garrett Elementary School in the amount not to exceed $60,760, with a copy to be attached and become a part of the minutes.
Motion by Ms. Archie. Second by Ms. Martinez. Comments or questions? All those in favor? Motion passed unanimous. Okay, item E, increase of owner betterment allowance for Division 1.
Mr. President, it is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the increase the owner betterment amount of Division One's current construction contract in the amount of $306,130.81 toward the completion of the construction of Noel Middle School expansion, which is the best value for the district. Furthermore, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent or designee to negotiate and execute the contract with the highest ranked proposer to approve payment and authorize expenditures which do not alter the contract cost or contract time, with a copy to be attached and become a part of the minutes.
Motion by Ms. Archie. Second by Ms. Martinez. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry. Comments or questions? I thought I missed something. Comments or questions? All right, all those in favor? Motion passed unanimous. 5D, yeah, on Garrett Elementary, just want to go back 1 second. There's an addendum on,
Oh, yes.
so,
Yes,
yeah,
so,
that's not on the agenda. It's on the agenda here, with an addendum. So we need to recircle back to 5D.
it's on your board language to approve the contract and the addendum.
Yes.
Oh, it is, right. Okay, the contract and the addendum. Okay.
Yes,
I
and
didn't see that
so,
second
and
word.
and
Okay.
if you, just for clarification, when we went in, there were 4 classrooms.
Yeah.
After we went in, and it had already started, we realized that it was additional classrooms.
Okay.
So we needed an addendum. I sent that quote, information to Sarah Langlois. She wrote that with the FEMA addendum. We added that in and then, so.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't see the addendum in the recommendation, but I saw it on the computer. Okay, we're good then. We're good. We're moving on to F. Consider special services contract.
Mr. President, it is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the Humble ISD contract agreement. Per the service agreement, the cost should not exceed $109,000 for 2024-2025 school year. Furthermore, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent or the designate authority to approve payment and authorize expenditures which do not alter the contract or the contract time, with the copy to be attached and become a part of the minute.
I have a motion from Ms. Archie, second by Ms. Martinez. Comments or questions? All those in favor? Motion passed unanimous. Community and schools.
Mr. President, it is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees review the Communities and Schools Base Count MOU to be paid using Title IV funds. Funding as follows.
Yes, correct.
An agreement which will cover the 24-25 school year. Sheldon ISD agrees to pay CISD the following to provide dropout preventative services for 300 or more at-risk students on 3 campuses with Sheldon ISD. School year 24-25 payments of $61,080. Furthermore, it is a recommendation that the Board of Trustees authorize the superintendent or designee authority to approve payments and authorize expenditures and do not alter the contract or contract time, with the copy to be attached to and become part of the meeting.
Motion from Ms. Martinez,
Second.
second by Ms. Archie. Comments or questions?
How did we pick these first?
Well, what we did, we started off with, I think y'all remember last year, we started SEL classes by bringing Ms. Woolridge in using Title IV funds. And she's actually supporting No Middle School, King Middle School, and Case. And Communities in Schools is a program that I've been trying to get here for a couple of years. And I happen to be connected. Y'all remember when Stock came and they presented the banner for the 9th grade campus for the suicide prevention? So Brenda George had a connection with them, and I just tapped into it and got to meet the regional person. I said, look, we need this in Sheldon. And so after then, when Dr. McCall came on board, I mentioned it to him. He was like, he was definitely on board because he's experienced that in Goose Creek. And so was able to work with them. It's actually a grant, and that pays the other portion. And once we started working together, we expressed the need to work with our secondaries. You know, with our elementary schools, their counselors are able to give them a lot more support than our secondary counselors. We also watched what Ms. Woolridge was doing with those students. We saw it was being effective, but she was being stretched so thin. And then we also recognized some concerns at the high school. And Dr. McCall, one of his goals was to make sure that we were providing that type of service for all of our at-risk kids at the secondary level. And at that time, we were not pouring a lot of title funds into those secondaries because we were not using Title I funds for them. However, that's another story I'm not going to get into, but we're excited about that. But so that's how the schools were selected. So now we include the high school, an addition, a full-time person at the high school, full-time person King Middle, and Case, 9th and 9th grade, and still having Ms. Woolridge there as well. So each one of those campuses would have a designated person to help them with SEL, which will support our at-risk kids. The goal is to increase their grades, their attendance, and their behavior. So there's going to be a focus on there. It's required for the person to have weekly meetings
with the principal and their at-risk team. So there's a targeted, focused support for those at-risk kids that are struggling that we've never really been able to provide at the secondary level. Elementary has a lot of additional support, secondary usually does not. And
So I want to emphasize with Ms. Woolridge working as a student wellness interventionist, she'll still be able to support our middle schools. This is providing support for our high school age students. So that way she can really be dedicated to King Middle and Knoll Middle and not have to be pulled off because there's so many, issues that our students have, at the high school level. They need support. And so this will allow for us to provide that support for our high school students at those respective campuses.
I was just worried because no middle school is on here. And
because
so,
Woolridge is there.
okay, so she'll be able to focus more time at Knoll while everyone else focuses their time at the other campus.
Right.
Okay,
So, yes.
So she can have a laser focus on no.
right. Okay. Yeah, so I know Knoll needs that support too.
Right, yeah.
And so.
And
if
we're
we can
only
reach
really
out to them.
contributing like $20,000 per person, when those people cost about $80,000. And this is a 3-year commitment for communities and schools. I can only roll out 1 year at a time because we're using federal funds. You cannot obligate funds until you receive those funds on an annual basis. So that's why we're only submitting for this school year, but it will be, they're committed to work with us for 3 years.
All right, so a couple of questions? All right, all those in favor? Motion passed. Sandy? Sandy? Motion passed 4-0 with 1 absent.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If it so pleases the board, item H, is there, let's see, H and I can't find. For the contract. If it so pleases the board, items H and I, which are contracts for these deputies, can be combined. If the board so please, we have a recommendation.
Mr. President, it's recommended the Board of Trustees review the contracts with Harris County Constable Precinct 3 for the continuation of the contract patrol program, patrol program, and discuss next steps with a contract to be copied and attached, become a part of it, but including items H and I.
Okay, a motion for items. I have a motion for items H and I for contract recommendations for precinct 3 deputies for Ms. Archie.
Second.
That was second by Ms. Martinez. Comments or questions? The first contract is 100% for 6 officers, and the second contract 70% of time for 11 officers. Deputies, not officers, deputies. Any more comments or questions? All those in favor? Both motions passed unanimous. So please, the board, items J and K will be combined for cybersecurity.
Mr. President, it's recommended the Board of Trustees review the quotes put forth by Soil Border, am I saying that right? To purchase the next.
NetScout.
NetScout?
Yeah.
NetScout, that's how you say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
NetScout.
NetScout Edge Defense, disaster recovery site, appliances for $56,241.90 with a copy to be attached and become part of the news. That includes item J and K.
Got a motion by Ms. Archie for J and K. Second by Martinez. You want to share just a little bit on these items? And I just have really a question on, as we went through the remote location for backups, and is this tied into that? And
It is. So the one that says end of life, which is the second one, arcade, that's the one that's replacing what we currently have here on site. We're at end of life on that device. We got that one back in, I think, in 2019. So we need to replace that one. And then the other one is basically mimicking what we have here at our disaster recovery site. So it was recommended that we have to have both at both sites in order for that to happen.
okay, all right.
And I will be coming back in September to bring 2 more, and that'll be the last items that we need for here and at disaster recovery, and we'll be ready to get everything set up. That's our firewall.
It's a process.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I get it, and it's a necessary process. When we're affected in any way with blue screen of death that happened with
Oh.
Microsoft?
He asked the question, yes.
Okay, so the CrowdStrike, I don't know, yeah, so was it TASB, not TASB, Region 4 wanted, when they were talking about the cybersecurity and using these two contractors to, give free services, one of them was CrowdStrike. With my experience, I basically told them that we didn't need it because I think we had enough in place to protect us. And received a call from Cruz that Saturday morning when it happened that, hey, we might need to go. Cruz came up here to check on everything up here, make sure it was all right. And when after talking to me, he told me CrowdStrike, and I told him, no, we don't have anything CrowdStrike in our network. So had we went with the free services, we could have been affected. So
Yeah. It was favorable.
that's right.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. We didn't hear anything about it, so we assumed that.
Right.
We were all okay on that.
Yes, sir.
Great job, my good. We pay a lot, yeah. Favorable. Okay, any more comments, questions? All those in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, more information, 2024-2025 student handbook. It is on your board. It's on board book. 148 pages. More than welcome to go over those. I'm sure everyone has already and identified all the good stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
This is a non-legislative year, so it is minimal changes. It's mostly grammatical and making sure the right person is assigned. You'll notice on your board memo, there's one part where it is highlighted yellow where it says insert name. We have gone back and updated that because we wanted to clarify since we turned it into the board last week.
My legislative session starts in January, so there could be some changes.
And we do expect to see a change in the near future after the policy update that you have tonight, because of CQC and there's some new legislation regarding social media, and programs that we use with students. So.
All right, Sandy. Okay, comments from the public. We have one comment from the public. Darius Provost Evans. Speakers are reminded this is not a forum in which to bring forth complaints about an employee. Please note that any complaint or concerns about a specific employee must be handled through the grievance procedures. If your comments refrain from using an individual's name, title, position of your voice in a concern or complaint. The board has adopted specific complaint policies or procedures for addressing those types of concerns. If you have more than one individual that is commenting on one topic, please combine those to one speaker. And you have 5 minutes, Mr. Provost. Where you go? Oh.
Come around this way, or tight on the other hand.
Do I need to do anything with this or?
No.
Okay. All right. Am I free to start?
You're good to start.
All right. Good evening. My name is Darius Provost Evans. Thank you so much for the opportunity for me to come up here and speak. I wanted to talk about the election that is on the agenda for tonight, which is item 3A, and it got approved. So we're in an election season officially. But before I start with any of that, I've been in school the last couple years. I've been tied up with nursing school. I've been tied up with a master's program. I've been tied up with starting my career as a college professor with San Jacinto College. So the first thing I want to say is thank you. Thank you for all the work that you were able to do when some of us weren't able to do it. And thank you for all the commitment that you put in, the leadership you brought out for everyone to see and engage in and benefit from. So I mean that from the bottom of my heart. My granddaddy, he died a couple years ago, and he was a man of service. He was in the public service. He was the first black cop in Dayton, Texas. So one thing he always told me is to remember where I came from, and I remember that. I remember his service to a community that oftentimes called him racial slurs. They would drive down our street, shooting shotguns in the air, threatening us, and he still stood as a man with integrity and a man of service. And so I get that from him. And I keep that close to my heart because I know that no matter how bad a day gets, no matter how tough something gets, you can still fall back on the things that you learned from your family. So thank you for your work. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving your best. Hopefully every single day. I know there's bad days, but I know y'all keep showing up. You keep fighting for our kids. And as a parent with 4 kids in this district, I gotta tell you, I see a whole lot of things that are happening because y'all are making it happen. Because I got foster kids, and we're talking about kids that are deep in trauma. But the services that y'all are putting forward, the budgets you're proposing, the teachers that are being hired, the staff that's coming forward every single day to work with kids like mine, deep in trauma, I gotta say thank you. Because I've been tied up in school the last couple of years, but I'm here now. I want to be of service in any capacity I can. I want to thank the 4 women back there for inspiring me every single day. Miss Jennifer Travis, Miss Pamela, Miss Carolyn, and Miss Joan. They inspire me every single day because I don't have my granddaddy here no more. So thank you for your time. I'm not going to use up the whole 5 minutes because I know y'all got a lot of work to do and a lot of things on the agenda. But again, thank you for your service and thank you for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, moving on to, closed session. Adjournment closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551072 to discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, 551074 for the purchase or considering of the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duty, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer, employee, or to hear complaints or charges against a public officer, employee, 551076 for considering the employment, specific occasion for, or implementation of security personnel devices at 7:32. All right.
She's free to talk about herself. She's personal coordinator. She's
I didn't know which one to sign on either, so, yeah, I picked the bottom one, but,
Okay.
yeah, I think you're good. All right, you guys ready? All right, we'll reconvene at 10:42. And, policy 123 was last one? Or 2 months ago? Policy the 123 update?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. We'll entertain a motion for item 8, policy update. I gotta go home, y'all. No, we talked, and I gotta go.
Where we at?
Item A, policy update.
It is recommended the Board of Trustees adopt board policy local that includes TASB update 123 with a copy to be attached and become a part of the minute.
Motion by Zarki,
Second.
second by Martinez, comments, questions? Those in favor? Motion passes unanimous. Okay, other necessary business, convocation is tomorrow, Inspire Church at 8 a.m. It starts at 8 a.m. or we gotta be there?
8 a.m.
Starts at 8 a.m.
Oh, so we gotta be there early.
You gotta be there early.
Yeah, 7:30 you'll be good. 7:30 you'll be good.
Item B, first day of school is August 12th, which is next Monday, correct?
My birthday.
Next Monday.
Yeah.
It's your birthday in August?
August 12th.
What dessert are we having this month?
Cheesecake.
No.
Make us.
Another one.
Yeah, I figured it's your birthday, but pick another dessert.
We didn't get to celebrate yours.
I didn't say nothing, I was not gonna say nothing.
Oh, she was July, so we have two. We have two for this month. Very good. What do you want?
Pick something for like.
You're the senior, so we'll pick.
Sugar-free?
What, the brownies?
Anything, sugar-free brownies,
Oh, I
sugar-free.
like the brownies.
Okay.
Brownies are good, cause I can eat those.
Sugar-free
Okay.
brownies.
Sugar-free brownies?
Yeah, they're
Okay, so we'll
good.
have cheesecake and sugar-free brownies.
Can you make a sugar-free cheesecake?
I never even made it.
No, the cheesecake's gotta have sugar in it. Sugar and gluten. I need both, sugar and gluten in it.
You gonna talk about.
Sugar and gluten. Okay, item C, board meeting August 20th, 7 p.m. Item D, Craven's ECA ribbon cutting August 22nd at 6 p.m. Item E, TASB endorsement, Tony Hopkins. If we feel like endorsing Tony Hopkins, I don't know. Item 13, suggestion recommendation, future organization updates.
Yes, can we get an update on library? Do we have, I just wanna know, like, do we have it in rotation? How many times kids are going to the library? Are they still, they used to be when you come in, you'd read to them, do all that stuff, or are they just coming in, checking out books and heading back out?
So what's happening in the library?
Right.
And are they still using the card index with the Dewey Decimal System?
No, they don't.
No.
You know what, that's what they need. They just so
No.
lost without the.
You just put your little ID number in and it's boop.
Yeah, that's all it is, yeah.
Okay, suggestion for future agenda items? All right, if not, then we will adjourn at 10:45.
See, we had to do it.
You said that loud.
That was fast.
That's the reason why we